こんやな. Hello. Hey Kevin, welcome. First, hi. How are you doing? Hey Pancake, hello, hello. Hey Da, Kringle, hello, hello. こんやな. Guys, like right before this, the alarm, my house alarm went off again. I thought it was fixed, but I think it was the smoke alarm or something this time. I really need to, I don't know, we had like a repair person come over and look at it, but it went off again. Something's haunting my house. But yeah, it's it's time for attorney combat. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can get through the whole trial today. I'm thinking that there isn't too much left, but yeah, like I said, who knows with Ace Attorney what kind of like weird twists there will be. It was the cringe alarm. Oh no, I was too cringe. But yeah, let's keep going. Sholmes and Gina. No! Why Sholmes and Gina? They have like... Have they even interacted at all this entire game? Oh yeah, okay, this time we're gonna find out what's in the box. Okay, box time. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Whoa. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. It's not a dick in a box! Although it kind of looked like that. It like sprang up like that. Oh my god. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Yeah, it's a music box. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Why did I think that disc was like bigger than it was? Because that box looks really small, but if the disc fits in there, then like, that's pretty small. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Why is that so hard to say? It's like a tongue twister. Music box disc. Raising his hand. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Okay, here we go, finally. Huh? Wait, why? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. Wow, Van Zeeks is on her side this time. But no, that piece of evidence... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah, Gregson is so sus! Yeah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Yeah, his mustache, though. Everyone, all the mustache people in here have very nice mustaches. Okay. Was I supposed to hear something? It's just one note. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. Oh, yeah, maybe it's Morse code. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. It's the thing I was really bad at and keep talking and nobody explodes. Ooh. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. He's dancing to the Morse code. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. No, that's not true, Santa! It's a clue! It's Morse code! Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? No! Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! It's a clue! Get a new music box, nerd. Oh, hey, Joe! Wi-Fi ghost. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It wasn't that bad. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Sus! It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. We're on to him! Yeah, that is exactly what you said, Daw. Did you write this game? I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, oh no, did the stream end? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, just refresh if that happens. I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi. My upload speed is like okay though. I guess it's just like spotty sometimes. It's really weird. I don't know how to fix it. I'm sorry. Bushi. Famous ghost lawyer who murdered people of power. I'm not a famous murderer. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Oh yeah, because the Wi-Fi gets distorted by airwaves. Yeah. Oh, he's making the that speed racer face again. But I mean, my Wi-Fi signal should be okay though, because I have like that like Wi-Fi extender, but I guess it's yeah, it's still not very consistent. It's not broken at all. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris, for telling us what we already figured out. Stream in my attic, top of my roof. Minimum comfort, maximum streaming. How much was your bandwidth advertised for? Oh, I don't actually know. I don't remember. But it should be able to handle streaming. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Wait, do we have that newspaper that like mentioned Morse code? Oh wait. It was here, right? Oh no, this one doesn't say it. I don't think. Wait, I want to turn it back around. Pawnbroker perishes. Or did they say something about it? Oh no, we already saw this. Okay, the prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Wait. Do we not have proof though? What? Wait. Proof. Today's paper. Government secrets. You're 4 parallel universes ahead of this game. Oh, government secrets gets transmitted in Morse. That's the connection. I don't think any of these mentioned Morse code. What was in here? Has to be the paper. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, here. Let me look at it again. Sensational story. Classified secrets. Okay, yeah, secret communications. Okay, yeah, it must be this then. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Oh, it happened again? Wi-Fi? Why? Wi-Fi. It's still up on my end. I have my own stream pulled up. Okay, let's present the paper. Today's paper council? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yeah, it's the ghost Wi-Fi. Thanks for refreshing and coming back, though. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh yeah, this lady, she'll be able to translate. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Yeah! Yeah, we were right! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Ah! Eggert is a government spy. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? We caught a spy! Wait, was Eggert Lloyd? Was he Lloyd Forger this whole time? from Spy Family? This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Ask him where yours is? Give Ayana a new sibling? How would that make her my sibling? Lloyd Forger from Spy Family. The main character. In the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. We're gonna execute Eggert. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Ooh. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Hearsay. Time for the guillotine. Cut the eggs attached. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Even Van Zeke suspects him. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. He's guilty either way. He's either gonna be guilty of the murder or the treason. Huh? No! You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Right after you prove he's a Fed spy, the entire court is stormed by government agents and everyone is mysteriously suicided. Oh no! Or they'll just burn the courtroom down again. But I guess that never actually works. The courtroom always survives. The murder of Senator Armstrong and Mr. Harling? Yeah, it was Eggert, it wasn't me. Yeah, Mario and Luigi. Wario and Waluigi. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call... the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. It was me and it wasn't me. Alright. Time to... Okay, a mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Miss McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Oh, we're getting testimony from everyone? Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. They are like Team Rocket. Gregson, Skulkin, sus. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. I'll do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! They admitted it! They blasted off again. Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Okay, they pretty much admitted it. So he's guilty. Do we even have to cross-examine him? Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright. More evidence. No! Really? They already admitted it! Wait, does this include their statements too? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Can possibly steal... Oh, statement 2. Okay. I'm just pressing everything. I'll look at that next. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. He's an idol. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no! Stop! Must say something! Stop! A super idol, yeah. Respect Graydon's tie. Yeah, he does have a very respectable tie. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cyphercracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Wait, she said that already. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Rude. Is that any way to treat your fans? Aw, you're a super idol to me, Ayana. Aw, thank you, Kevin. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Okay, statement 2. Oh hey, Kenji! This is how Ayana would tack to chat IRL? No! Told to Tofu before she killed him. I didn't kill Tofu! Use your hands to keep my mouth. What? Use your hands to keep my... What? What? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code? Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. When is he not genuinely shocked at our ignorance? Fame got into Ayana's head. We're nothing but lowly viewers? No! R.I.P. Harling. Ayana is Hollywood. I'm not Hollywood! Take a look at the music. Oh, should I examine it first before I do anything? Actually, yeah, we didn't do that. Yeah, maybe I'll look at it first. Well, we already saw... Is it just gonna play again? See how the four gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. Just doesn't make any sense. Caesar says numbers, not actual humans. No, you guys are humans! Right after this is Yunosuke suing Banziques for hate crimes. Honestly, that would be valid. Getting schooled. 6 lowly viewers? No! 6 lovely viewers. Chat is just a statistic. No. Examination system similar to Resident Evil? I don't know. I've never played Resident Evil. But yeah, I'll examine the sides. Flipping it over. Okay, there's a thing here. Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? On this side? Oh, we have another disc, right? Oh, I can't look at it yet. Can't open the court record. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Okay. I'm pretty sure we do have two. Right, because we have this one and... Oh, wait. Did we not have the other one? I thought... Didn't we have two? That's weird. Oh, hey, Alex! McGilded was like Moriarty, so there could have been only a person that could have killed him. Daw's obsessed with dicks. Oh no. Oh no, Daw. Objection. Oh hey, Hanzo. Resident Evil Remake was the first to do that. Maybe I should look into playing that sometime. I've been interested in that. We know where your love lies. Not us, but for Kaida Haru. I mean, he's my Oshi. That's different. Oshi love and friend love is different. Okay, let me just keep going until they tell me to present. Don't get Alex's hopes up by saying you'll play Resident Evil. I mean, I think we talked about it before. I would try playing it sometime. It looks fun. Bought her Oshi was Danny Phantom. No. Resident Evil 2 had a thing where you could turn a badge into a USB stick. What? Oh, hey, Robin. Welcome. Love to see Ayana play Prototype. It's a really underrated good game. I don't think I've heard of that one before. Ayana the Ripper. I'm not a murderer. Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, this is B. Morse code is so hard. It's a hack and slasher, but it's really good. Ooh. Yeah! I'm not a murderer. You have to present the proof. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Wait, it's not? Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Yeah, it needs the second disc. Oh, it's a spooky game? Cool. Yeah, we need the other disc. SOS does not mean save our souls. It's just the easiest Morse code to remember. Really? Does it actually stand for something? Did they like retroactively say it stands for that then? Using Morse code to create a cipher? What the heck? That would be so hard. SOS stands for no! Send out squirts? No! Anyone who tries to blame Ayana, I'll be on her side and protect her. Oh, thanks, Kevin! Kevin's a real one. I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. But we don't have... Or I guess we have the proof in the ticket, maybe? We don't have a second disc. Only the first game is real for prototype. Well, I guess we'll just give it a try somehow. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Okay, so I guess we can just present this part? Or do we have to open it first? Let me examine it again. Spent the whole game establishing the MC to be one thing, the second game throws it out the window for prototype. So cool to become a weapon on your body, like spiky body, hand claw blades, arm blades / whip blades. What's this case even about? Oh yeah, so I mean, we just found out about the government secret thing, like this stream. But basically there's like a pawnbroker's shop and like what's his face? Graydon. What's his real name? He was going by Eggert. Basically he broke into the shop and murdered him to get the disc back. There's a lot of complicated backstory. But yeah. Okay, yeah, we open it. Yeah, save a face. Yeah, being framed for murder. Found out one of the guys that showed up is actually the murderer. Yeah, so we're trying to prove Graydon is a government spy and a murderer now. Okay. Okay, cool. We can present this side. Kokoda! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Yeah, we got it! This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well... Coconut. Oh no, we don't have the second disc. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it! Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. God damn it! Okay. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, low-class brickmaker, no relation. Can we prove that he's related, maybe? Wait, let me look at the evidence again. Oh wait, this has Mr. Mason's blood on it. Maybe this? Move on to statement 4. Yeah, this is probably gonna take a while. Well, I'm just pressing everything first. Phoenix Wright is a playable character in a fighting game. Yeah, the Capcom. Wait, what's the game? What is it? Capcom versus Marvel, right? Wait, he's actually playable in there now? Yeah, Marvel versus Capcom. Other way around. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Okay. Should I present the blood thing, the blood ticket for this one, maybe? His whole turnabout mode is busted if you can get it. His final super's taking his opponent to court. That does sound amazing. Ignore statement 3? Really? Because they were all like, oh, if only you had evidence to prove this statement. I feel like it should be. But I'll press all of them first. See what statement 4 says. Okay. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Ooh. Chotto! Chotto! Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Get him into jail for murder, but give him a ridiculously long sentence like Al Capone. Press everything, get all the clues, then shoot Egbert dead in the chest. Yeah, it's capital punishment. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. Why does he have a pear? Where did the pear come from? Oh, he has an apple! But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gor blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Pulled it from his pants. McGilded's notes? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because we have the ticket that has Mason's blood on it, so I was gonna present that at 3. But this is also important too, so you weren't wrong. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Yeah, get this fruit out of the courtroom, says the guy sipping on grape juice. SOS was never meant to mean anything, but people speculate it meant save our souls. Oh, so they just made that up. Yeah, Ringo means apple in Japanese. Magic, black magic. Oi, the geezer asked us the question, didn't ye? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah, let's add it. I'm not sure how, but... My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Ooh, pizza? Pizza time? Nice. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a Skulkin's never Skulkin. Just had pizza? Wow, everyone's having pizza. I want some. Milverton. Is this what just got added? Milverton. How is that important? Or this. Did I press this one? I don't think I pressed this one No, the tables in this game are invincible. They can withstand all the hitting and slamming and getting set on fire and having wine bottles thrown at it. Pizza in the 1800s. Favorite fruit is the mangosteen? What is that? Is that like a mango mixed with something else? Okay, I'll just press this too. I think I'll go back to statement 3 after. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? Oh no, it doesn't have anything to do with mangoes? Wait, then what is it? I've never heard of that before. Pepperoni pizza, yeah, classic, always good. Deluxe Domino's pizza, welcome back. Oh no, we're on statement 5 now. I think after this I'll go back to statement 3 though and present the evidence. But they added an extra thing to the testimony after statement 4, so maybe I'll press that. Favorite fruit is strawberry. I love strawberries too. Strawberries are so good. Although one time there's like this farm you can go to where you can like pick strawberries and stuff. And I went one time and I guess it was like it's one of those things where you can like get a basket and like pick as many strawberries that can fit in the basket, but you could also like eat as many as you wanted to, like in the field. And then I like ate so many strawberries, and I think it was really hot outside or something, because like I got really sick afterwards from eating too many strawberries. So that kind of like ruined strawberries for me a little bit, but I still really like strawberry milk and stuff. But yeah, you can get sick from eating too many of those. Purple round fruit with milky white flesh inside? Whoa. That sounds interesting. I'll have to look that up. Oh, you're a pineapple pizza type of guy, Robin. I don't mind pineapple on pizza, honestly. Like, it's not horrible. Probably just not my preference. Like, not my go-to to order, but if it's there, I'll eat it. Have a picture of this one strawberry. Should I send it to the Discord? Sure. Why not? Yeah, do the extra statement. Great job picking them berries. Strawberries gave us the Spector scream? No! No, it didn't make me throw up, but I was like, I got really dizzy too. I don't know if that's a thing. Maybe it was like heat stroke too or something, because I was out in the sun for like a really long time just eating strawberries. Yeah, that's like the one time I can remember that I actually was like about to faint. Yeah, acidity of the pineapple is neutered by the cheese and bread. That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah, Hawaiian with ham and pizza. Or ham and pineapple. What did I just say? I can't read. Ask for... No! That's not a pizza topping, dog! Unashamedly eat pineapple on my pizza when I want to splurge on toppings. I feel like it makes it more... Because you have like the fruit aspect, it kind of makes it, it's sweet, so it kind of makes it like dessert-like. So you have like a dessert pizza. Yeah, meat lovers or seafood. I'm not a huge fan of seafood pizza. But like, yeah, meat meat lovers is good. Respect pineapple on pizza. Wow. We don't have any divided opinions here in the chat. Everyone likes pineapple. This is unusual. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Okay, they're talking about their milk delivery business. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Oh. Business model, business name. Leave it? Wait, what was the name? Milverton. Oh, maybe the name? Who's Milverton? Chocolate sauce? Meat lovers. Yeah, business name. Yeah, because we don't. Who's Milverton? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Yeah, he has a new pair. Oh! Mata! Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Ooh, Ryunosuke's interrupting now. He has more confidence. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Wait, is that his actual name? Has he been like, is this like a 3-layer deep, what's it called? Not alibi. Fake name. What's that word for a fake name? False identity. There's a word. I'm blanking. Pizza Hut offers 5 free toppings. You better believe pineapple will be there. Nice. Pizza Hut's not bad. Alias, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Alias. Or, yeah, pseudonym. Thank you, chat. Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. It really is his third alias! So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum. Bunkum? I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! His real name is McGilded? Whoa, wait, what if it was, though? Wish Gregson was the culprit just because he's been there for a long time eating infinite fish and chips. Yeah, his infinite fish and chips should be illegal. Arrest him. MacGyver. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Wait, do we have anything with that name in it? On here? His real name is not Spector Squirt. Oh yeah, his diary. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this shows how he's related to Mason. Mason Milk. Oh. Wow. Okay, yeah, and we can present this at Statement 3. Whoa. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Okay, we got this. We got this. Yeah. Okay. Present. Iggy. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Pity these attorneys' hands after the trial. Yeah, considering how hard they hit the tables. Selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ooh, he did like a full 360. He wasn't even pointing towards him. Ryunosuke was pointing at the prosecution. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this game any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Car bomb. Carriage bomb. Car is short for carriage. What we call cars are actually automobiles? Ooh. Facts and logic. Can't argue with that. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Oh, so that's why it got moved then, because he was getting the second disc. We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh! What? Ah! We got him. Japanese surname Kurogre is a play on Kurogre. Oh, Ash Gray. Rubato. Mirubaton. Oh, Milverton. Oh, that's so interesting. Wow, that's really cool how they localized that. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. That's where he stores his condiments. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Oh, hey, Wonder. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslums thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. His dance cracks me up every time. It's so random. Recroak. Kettle. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grrr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Mata! Mata! What now? Oh! Ha 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 ha! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. No! No, it's so obvious that he did it, though. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. No! You what? Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Finally. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Okay. Yeah, how does this even make sense? He's like... The gloves don't fit me, see? You can't be the murderer. Theatrical trial, the judge is becoming self-aware. Yeah. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windabank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. No, you. Yeah, that's basically his argument. Okay, but he mentioned the blood, so I think we probably are gonna use this again, because we haven't said anything about the blue, green, blue, and purple. Oh wait, but then they'll just say the thing about how like, oh, we can't trust this science, this Herlock Sholmes science. You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Yeah, just see what the cross-examination says. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Wait, yeah. Yeah, because when we shot her with the smoke thingy in the prison. Oh, wasn't the blood green when we did that? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Must incriminate myself to protect myself. Wait. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Then why didn't he bring that up earlier when we were trying to prove the green blood thing? Couldn't we have used that then? This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals? Oh help, you're right! Oh help. No one's gonna help you, Ryunosuke. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. What color was it? Oh, it's purple. Oh, so that means that this was... Okay, yeah, that was Mr. Mason's blood, not... Yeah, not, what's his face? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. No, but isn't this a good thing? Because then it proves that it's not Windibank's blood, it's, Mason's. Lead? With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Really? Just why can't we get the results first? Why is he so worried? The blood isn't Windibank's though, so like... Statement 6 is the most sus. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, statements. Why would he pick up the gun she threw it? Yeah, that I was wondering that too. Yeah, why would he pick it up? All they know is that it's human blood. They don't know who it belongs to. They don't trust Sholmes' science. Yeah, but they're testing it to find out, right? So then, if they test it and it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, doesn't that prove it wasn't... Doesn't it prove that he's lying? Picked it up because it was his gun. He didn't want to get found. Turns out he's a simp and wanted to smell Gina's nuts. They're going to think it's Windibank's blood, not Mason's blood. But aren't they testing it? Aren't they gonna find out whose it is? With like real science? Or is that not what the test is for? That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. They're using a faulty method and rigging it. That's what they accused us of doing! In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Why did you pick it up? What the hell? Graydon's so confident they have to be rigging it. They have no means to find out. DNA testing does not exist. Oh. Wait, then what's the test they're doing? Just to find out if it has blood on it at all? Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. It's a murder weapon! Why you... This makes no sense. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Oh, to see if it's human blood? Going to assume that the blood makes her the killer. Oh, okay. Dang it, so we can't even use the Sholmes science as evidence. Ooh. Ooh! Chotto! Gentlemen! Ha! 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 Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gord blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this tea gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. You have to find a way to break this man! Yeah, break him! Quickly, too, because once I discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? You're not German enough. Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. Okay. So, inconsistent. Wait, did that add anything? When I pressed that last statement? Just once Iris walked in his Scotland dungeon. Top him. Maybe the blood spatter? Added that the brothers didn't tell Gregson about the third gun because they didn't know. Okay. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. who's going to have to reveal that McGilded was innocent and that the blood on the coat was from when McGilded stabbed Mason. That's what they're worried about. Oh yeah, because that proves McGilded wasn't innocent. Yeah, they technically... Did they reveal it, technically? Yeah, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood when he was stabbed. Yeah, it's so annoying! If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. And what's the point of even having it? Game. Bother. Okay. Black coat, shot the man in the back. Can we... well, we already know about the third gun, so... When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Then why would she be holding the other gun? But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Okay, so... Saw the blood spread. So then where's the inconsistency? Can we present something here? This all makes sense. Yeah, just go through them all. I'm going backwards this time, that's okay. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yeah, Yunosuke! Looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Okay, let's just press everything first. At some of you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. Then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Okay. The only one I didn't press is this one, I think, so... Emerged from the storeroom? Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all me life! Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you! Sorry, Gov. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have gone in reverse. Nah, it's okay. It's the same information, either way. Oh! An interruption? Oh, we just had to go through all of them to get... I didn't even have to present anything, okay. Explain yourself, officer. Yeah, it must be very hard for someone to confess their crime. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Yeah, that's it. Wow, I'm glad I didn't try to present anything now, because it would have been wrong. It was just stall for time until the bailiff comes back. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Waluigi and Wario will confess because they're idiots and stupid. Yeah, they already accidentally leaked about the third gun. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Ryu is racist against guns. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winnebank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winnebank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? Ooh, he's on to us. And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Ah! But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done. But... we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out pierogi to starving boy and he ran away crying. What? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Call him in here. Where's he been? I haven't seen Sholmes in like 3 streams. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. Sholmes died? He didn't die, he was alive. He even woke up from his coma and was like talking to Susato and they were doing their like NTR thing in the hospital. We saw it. No, he died. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. He went back to sleep and died. I guess he does still have a scalpel stuck in his stomach from this surgery. Power nap. Ah! My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai. No,
Yuzai.
but they didn't even... they didn't even hear us out yet. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Wait, do we have to do another summation examination? I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Unravel. Oh. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who? Huh? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. Whoa. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Is it... Am I going mad? Ah! It is! Mr. Sholmes! Yay, finally! We have Sholmes now. Everything's gonna be okay, guys. Everything's okay. What is the meaning of this? It was a power nap. Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. Yeah, he's all stitched up. Quick, Sholmes, give me a kiss to power up. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. No kidding. Ayana has tears in her eyes. Yeah, we finally have Sholmes. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ooh, Van Zeeks is giving us 5 minutes. How nice of him. He changed. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Yay! He's here. Nano machines. All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. No, don't pass out. 5 minutes before Namek blows up? Nano Machine's son. He's a cyborg. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Even he thinks it's a lie. Yeah, he's dying, but he still poses. Still fabulous. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Oh? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? It's from Susato! Yeah, a leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. What is it? What could possibly be in there? It's a bomb. Destroy the courtroom. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Susato knew we would fail. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? Huh? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah! Oh, it's the cat door machine. Meow. Look, I use this as my latest invention. What is that? Cat. Yeah, it's the cat flappo mat. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. No, that's not true. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. No, Susato. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flappo mat that night, but why? What? Well, wait, why would she need to use that? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? No, give us more time with Sholmes. Oh, now he's on the witness stand. What? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. The flap on the storeroom door. Maybe? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? Oh no. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... I don't know. Summation examination? To convince the jury. I feel like that's not like how can we use the cat flap thingy? Yeah, maybe because we got interrupted, so maybe just continue. Or just think. Let's just think for another hour. Yeah, further. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, he won't let us? The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. We're not... It's the old witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. Yeah. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt. Yeah, okay, so we interrupted. Oh, hi! Chara. Little door on the wall. Cat door might be a thing on the door. Yeah, because the storeroom door does have like a little peephole thingy in it, but I don't know if that was made by the cat flap... What is it called? The cat flapometer or whatever. I don't know if there is another hole on the door. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! Statement 3 mentioned a peephole. I agree with these guys. Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's go to statement 3. Okay, let's continue. Will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity. Oh god! Wait, okay, let's save. We have one chance, one shot. Choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument. A single chance to present evidence? Yeah. Oh, look closely at security photos. That's a good idea. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. Actually, yeah, does the photo show the peephole? Let me look at it. Okay, there's the hole there. Oh, and it's not there on this one! What? How did I not notice that before? My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Yeah, you guys are too good. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Oh no! Oh. I leave this in your capable hands. That animation. Why did he have to flail like that? That was amazing. Mr. Sholmes! not even there anymore. He held on for as long as he could. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. Little? The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Yeah, hi, welcome, Chara! Would have been a perfect time to pan the camera back and show him lying there. Yeah, I was hoping they would do that! Yeah, welcome everyone that's new. Thanks for tuning in, even though this is like the last case. For the first game, at least. Sorry for the spoilers if you ever wanted to play this game. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. It'd be funny if they just left him there forever. Games like this are too hard for my little brain. I feel you. Ace Attorney is a struggle sometimes. Okay, we've got one chance at this. Actually, let me save at this part so it's closer. I mean, I think I know the answer, but just in case. Yeah, present the cat door. Oh, hey, Christian! Oh, thanks for stopping by! Have a good sleep. Good night. Okay, let's present. Cat flapomat. We don't have to, like... Let me just examine it first, just in case. Because sometimes they're like... You can't present it until you've examined it. Whoa, it has like little knives. Ew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. That's kind of terrifying. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Oh, so it even... Because, like, the peephole even had, like, a little handle on it, too. Imagine they use this thing as a murder weapon. That would be so painful. Yeah, brutal. Exactly what I was thinking. Grim weapon of door destruction. Oh, that guy's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Sounds like a cat thing. Okay, let's present. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Yeah, it has shark teeth. Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Wouldn't be easier to use a crowbar. But then the cats couldn't use it. The cats would need a crowbar too. Clean heart extraction? Oh my god. Can you imagine? That would suck. Yeah, doors for cats. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Yeah, this is where we show the photo because it shows the before and after where there is no peephole. Yeah, there's 2 photos. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Wait, I don't understand why she made the hole, though. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grrr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Ah! Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Let's test it. Let's test it in the courtroom. Try it on one of the invincible tables. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. She's gonna test it. Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Oh my gosh, she really did. she really vandalized the courtroom. Well? Young lady! This is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks is made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomet creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Why didn't you notice this earlier, Iris? Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Wagahai is based on Soseki Natsume's work. Wagahai wa neko de aru. I am a cat. Ah, that's so cute. Yeah, just give up. we already know he's guilty. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. No, we have the proof. We have photos. We have photographic prints. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through! I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world! Yeah! Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Come on, bro, do me a solid right now. Yeah, it's been 2 hours and he still hasn't confessed. Yeah, we're one step ahead of Naruhodo now. Okay, proof. Created after. Okay, I guess let's present the one where it isn't there, right? This one, because the peephole isn't there. Shotgun loaded with breaching rounds. Susato takedown for everyone to celebrate. Yeah, this one. Open a hole in the prosecution's chest. I mean, argument. A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Yeah! Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Oh, so that's why... And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? Truth serum. That would definitely make things faster. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! Okay, freak out animation. Aw, I thought he would freak out more. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. Oh no! Susato! Oh shoot. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here! What kind of... Oh please, no! What kind of mental gymnastics? I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh yeah, how'd he know about the coat? Yeah, because he was saying that he witnessed everything, but then... Yeah, when it's been washed off visually for months. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... Yeah, the bloodstains! Bloodstains on the coat. Yeah, mentioned seeing her get blood on her, but yeah, now we know he never saw anything. Yeah! The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. Yeah, you figured it out, Daw. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The silence is deafening. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I... Ah! Ah! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Nice one, Judge. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, it was Gregson! The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to this shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Ah! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. Well, he was lying, Van Zeeks! How on earth is that possible? It's not! Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You'll remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Yeah! Yeah, you're not getting out of this, Gregson! You and your fish and chips. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Somebody. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene? Oh, whoops. Somebody. Is it time for All-Star? Somebody. It was Susato. Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson! This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. I mean, they were like whispering to each other and stuff. Ah! Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. Yeah, they were whispering to each other. Look at them! They're so sus! It's so suspicious! Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! Wonder how many cases court are on this game. Oh, how many? Well, there's 5 cases, but then each case takes like, I don't know. Each case probably takes like 10 hours. Or between like 5 to 10 hours. At least streaming it. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Get his butt. My humor is so broken, I hear you say the word sus. I did say the word sus. 10 hours, yeah, Ace Attorney cases are very long. That's why this is my 17th stream of this game. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Now he's eating fish and chips, because he's British. Yeah, fish and french fries. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Everyone's just committing crimes, like everyone's guilty in this courtroom. Just arrest everyone. Well, It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Arrest Ayana especially? No, what did I do? But like literally everyone did something. Like Iris vandalized the courtroom. Susato tampered with the crime scene. Everyone's guilty. Yeah, even the judge is guilty. Sholmes like kidnapped a bailiff to steal his outfit or something. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Oh, maybe the manuscript? It goes to the Yaoi mines. Yeah, don't arrest me. I'm innocent. Be bottom until he's released. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh, the other music box disc, maybe? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. I'm not sure. Oh hey, Piano! Here to just vibe and not pay attention. Yeah, this is this is the last case. This is literally the end. So yeah, if you don't want spoilers, it's okay if you don't listen. Okay, see you, Joe. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Okay, wait, so... Music box. Oh, gotta support my favorite ghost streamer somehow. Oh, thank you. God bless my cat covering the screen. Smokey. Yeah, we're almost at the finish. Make it for the summation. The disc. Ayana's guilty of haunting without a license. I don't need a license to haunt. Oh wait, let me... Okay. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? Yeah, because they were being real sussy about the music box disc before. Oh wait. Present. Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Miss McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Ah! you little... Got him! Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Yeah, yeah, they were both after it. Oh, Smokey says hi too. Hi, Smokey. Aw, too bad Smokey didn't see the part where in the game where there's actual cats. There is a cat. There is a cat in the game. Magnus McGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Yeah, I knew you couldn't trust him. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Aw, he'll see them when you play. Yay! I can't wait to see you play this. That'll be so fun. Corrupted Inspector. Tell Comrade Smokey I said hi. Comrade Ayana. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Double freak out. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? No cats were harmed in the making of this stream, just Ayana's soul. Why was my soul harmed? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Hi! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. So Gregson has it. Smokey has it, sorry. Smokey has the evidence. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately! Search him! Frisk him! Serves him right he didn't tuck his collar over the tie, yeah! Oh? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Strip search. Hey, Rattler. No fish and chips for a month. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Yeah, maybe the Skulkin bros do have it. Maybe it's in that little apple box that he's standing on. Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search? Okay, search someone else. But which one, though? Nash? Why Nash and not Ringo, though? Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Question is if the detective is bluffing, but like, if they searched him, they would find out anyway, right? Like, I feel like it has to be someone else. Your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Oh, because Nash is next to him? That makes sense. But what if Nash passed it to Ringo? Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Yeah, he's so mad. Nash isn't that smart. Some neighbors hammered a door? What? Be quiet, all of you. Huh? Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Iris! Iris coming through for us. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. Giga Chad 10-year-old. Yeah. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? So it would be him because he was standing next to him? Or couldn't? Because he was like talking to Graydon though, so could Graydon have it? Nash? Okay, I'll go for Nash. Great. Oh yeah, duh, Graydon gave it to him. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. And blimey me him. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Okay, this has to be right because he's like sweating. He's nervous. Scotland Yard has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. Yeah, he's scared. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Wish I had that deep-ass voice. Felt that objection in my soul. Thought his voice was going to be Luigi-like. That would have been really funny. Oh, he's... Now hold on a mo. I didn't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Like saying Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Get frisked. Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Yeah, we chose the right one! You guys figured it out first, though. Alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Because he just slipped it to him. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Oh, so he was... That's when he put it in his pocket. Yeah, it's fish and chips. Should have slipped some fish and chips into his pocket, too. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He would just suddenly turn and grab me, whistle like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He'd hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. He's in cahoots. He's in cahoots with the government spy. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Even under oath? So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, slip the second disc into his pocket? I mean, I'm pretty sure he actually attacked him, he just also slipped the disc in there while he was doing it. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Yeah, he just figured that out. Oh? No, please! Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, now what? Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. What? God damn it! We have him! Yeah, he's just trying to get a lighter sentence. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Yeah, someone punched him in the jaw. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. Yeah, endless case. I knew this would happen. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Plan on finishing tonight? I wanted to, but who knows how much longer this is gonna drag on. Is there just like another cross-examination? This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Okay, the jury! Jury, please. Come on, the jury's convinced, right? Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. What? Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Just throw the book at them, literally. Bias, yeah. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. She said that like 3 times already. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Oh no! Wait, what else do we have? Blood samples. The gun? Oh yeah, we have both discs. Oh yeah, should we listen to the Morse code? Yeah, the second disc, yeah. Wait, can we examine it to put it in? The armband? Yeah. Yeah, we can't yet. Okay, I'll just present it. Okay, I'm gonna throw this box at the judge's head. Oh. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Well, I guess that would be Gregson then, right? Because he was... Well, they both are, like... They both need to know what the message is. But it's Gregson, because he's in on the Morse code secret thing. Yeah, he passed the disc and lied about it. Save. Yeah, good idea. Oh, yeah, Gregson told Graydon about everything. Why do they have to make their names so similar? Okay, so yeah. Gregson. Inspector Gregson. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck. Okay, yeah, so the music box. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Let's go! Yakurai mata. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Igiari. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Oh my god. We're starting a war. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I'll stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Okay. Even if you make an enemy of all of Britain? Yeah, treason. You'd be to blame for lying. Yeah, it's a crazy court war. Ryu's courage grew 3 sizes that day. Alright, let's hear the music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Ooh! He brought out the leg. It's serious now. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Van Zeeks just wants to start a war. His sexy legs. Yeah, Van Zeeks just overshadowing Ryunosuke's badass moment with his sexy legs. Yeah, drinks wine. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Okay, finally! Wow, this camera angle. Yeah, he didn't break the table. Nothing can break the table. Van Zeeks is a dom. Ooh. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? I can't freaking read anymore. Coerce him into confessing. Yeah, under arrest. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Ooh! Ooh! Traitor! Oh my god! Gregson! Oh no! What the? Bruh! Bailiff! Bailiff, restrain that man! Holy shit! At once! Dude! That's it? That's it then? What? It's all over. What? I despise my life growing up. Oh, he's monologuing now. He's villain monologuing. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Oh no.
So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with the queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother had divorced him when I was still a child. Enough of this sob story! Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Ooh. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? Yeah, those hands. Nice story, Mark. Now go to jail. Yeah, no sympathy. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. This is so sad. He got his own father killed. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Oh no. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand?" No, Dad! Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? What? McGilded died, though. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. Oh yeah, he's probably the one that started the fire then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Wait, didn't he crack the staff in half earlier? If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Dun dun dun! We got him! McGilded's death that day was caused by this man! Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Wait, is Graydon under this bailiff costume now? Is there even an actual bailiff in this courtroom? Crush the glass. Has a spare one up his always dirty. Going to examine the omnibus again. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter! Hired by me. The bailiff. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin,
One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Sus. Imposter sus. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket. So it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, they both have hats. Mongolian dude was right. McGilded was a hero for Irish independence. The IRA. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Sure. How do you accidentally fire a gun at someone? Come on. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Wasn't that self-defense? No, this is exactly like those real-life cases with, like, the police shooting people from behind. It's like they're clearly running away and not attacking you, so there's no defense for shooting them. Yeah, he's not sorry he killed him. He's sorry he got caught. Yeah, dude was on the other guy's property. Yeah, invasion of property. Don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. Yeah, other dude is 100% valid to shoot Graydon. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Man. Dude put his gun down and still got shot, but some cop released the dog and the dog got in the fire line? No. Just shot my gun. Not my fault he was in the way of the bullet. Yeah, in the USA, if someone enters your place without permission, you can shoot. Yeah, it's pretty much, what's it called? Like, stand your ground or whatever law. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yeah, stand your ground laws, castle doctrine. That's America. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. No kidding. This has been so freaking long. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Finally. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. But what are the government secrets? I want to know. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Yeah, we're fine. Oh, it's just all end cutscenes? Okay. Yeah, let's just finish it. I don't want to just do a stream of cutscenes later, so let's just finish it today. It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Graydon Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Muzai!
Muzai! Muzai!
Muzai!
Muzai!
Muzai!
Muzai! Muzai! Muzai!
Muzai!
Muzai! Muzai! Jerry Gregson seems like an honest dude. Haha, that's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Whoa, Iris. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? Oh no. And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McDilded's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Yeah, Gina was also a pain. But yeah, we finally did it! Hive mind with a collective IQ of 23. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Wait, how come there was no confetti? Oh wait, I guess they don't do confetti in this game. Or the fireworks! Where were the fireworks when she was innocent? Turning her attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. He's praising us! To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... Yeah, just wants an excuse to drink. Now to figure out when we do the second game. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Drinks to forget his loss. If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. Ooh, do we finally get to know what it says? Wait, what? Do you wonder if that was really Morse code at all? What do you mean? What are you saying? Well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Are you serious? How come you didn't, like, notice that earlier then? It wasn't Morse code after all? What? Maybe it really is. They did make a, like, a cipher out of the Morse code. It's a double code. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. People got killed for this. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGildy conspired to trade national secrets with their enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Same! Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Well, that's the code. Asogi, Sheen, Gregson. Gina, stop doing crimes. I don't think she will. I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah, not guilty. Okay, here it is. Okay, fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. Oh, we have confetti. And fireworks. We got both. Yeah, smoke gun. Woo! Firework gun? That is all. Court is adjourned. Finally! Thank God. Finally. It's finally over. Wait, now what? Ooh, some one-on-one time with Van Zeeks. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Now kiss. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Has he learned to not be racist anymore? Yeah, he's been drinking so much wine. 7 hours later. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. I knew it! You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. What? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wow. Kazuma betrayed him? Yeah, which Nipponese? It's done! It's over at last! But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along! I knew that you were innocent! Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. Like when Trump was being racist. Well, yeah. Everything he does is always kind of racist. Yeah, he broke another glass. Gina. Lebe. The janitor. 2 out of 20. No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. Aww. Do you know Howard? What? Did you kill Howard? Who's Howard? Never gonna give you up. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. Wait, what? What? How was that it? What? I don't understand.
God damn it! Not another D's nuts joke! I should have known that. I should have known. I had a feeling, but I was like, what? How does that even... Yeah, how are these nuts? Laugh it off. Oh my... High five. Wow, what great timing. Kazuma. This is the way I see it, Yunosuke. You just got it too, Rattler. Oh no. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Whoa, what? Pardon the interruption. Who? Oh! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Yeah, Pi, we won the case. Finally. After, like, how many streams did this take? Like 5? That voice. Yeah, power nap guy. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Wasn't he passed out? Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. That's so funny. No one noticed him. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see? Oh yeah, the Johnny Depp versus Amber case. Man, imagine a case like that in Ace Attorney. I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Oh hey, welcome back, Joe. Ayana versus Tofu? Ayana versus D's nuts. Oh my god. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Whoa. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Yeah, a lot of crazy wild things happen at court. Feel my ice-cold hands. Joe Mama. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like... a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. She's comparing Zeeks to God. Premarital handholding. Joe's an amazing part of this community. Yeah. Absolutely disgraceful. Is he not? Is he not God? God is racist. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? God is super racist. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. God invented racism. God made men equal, some more equal than others. Yeah. God must be racist, have an affinity for hitting people with wine bottles, and loves to kick his desk when things are not going his way. Wow. Who knew? Wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea! Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. He's so depressed again. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, innit? Innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did ya, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Hehehe. What is it? Oh. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Oh no, not the prison carriage. At this rate, he'll need to get back to the hospital. He really should go back to the hospital anyway, because I'm pretty sure he still has a scalpel stuck inside his body from the surgeon. What if God was one of us? Those bottles like one of us. Watches McGilded burning an omnibus. I like this version of that song. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? What? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Ooh. Thanks, Otto. Oh. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Oh, we saw the tears. Her tears are more real than Amber Heard's. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. No, she's in prison now. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Wait, how did they print the newspaper so fast? But wait, there's more. There's actually more. Susato throw, Gina blast, all of them in the Spector's no Spector's squirt. Foreshadowing.
And she was never seen again, the end. I feel like she could probably come back in the second game.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Reno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, does that mean Susato's still here?
That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off! Susato! What a great way to end. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky.
Get a horse. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner.
And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Ride Sholmes instead. We run there. The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive.
Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria!
Okay. Wow, it's getting late, but I want to finish this. I hope this is the last part.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you?
Susato! Oh, she looks so cute.
Over there, look, it looks like she's reading something.
Huh?
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Push her off. Give her a kiss goodbye.
Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted.
Oh.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
That's such a cute smile.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact.
Wait, is Susato gonna get arrested after this? Because she tampered with the crime scene.
How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. How does that fit in your sleeve? Oh my god. I mean, I guess she does have big sleeves, but like... only be arrested if someone snitches. They literally, like, exposed her in the courtroom. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right. The cat fap. Yeah, someone snitched. It was us, we snitched. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized... it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. She's so smart! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? She set a trap! Yeah, if this was to be your final case, you'd need all the help you could get, Mr. Naruhodo. She saved us. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. She's so smart. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in this whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. Whoa, Susato. For your sake and Miss Lestrad's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Oh, her little smile is so cute. Because your poker face sucks for you? Yeah, that's true. We must all be thankful that Miss Lestrad's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. She totally figured it out before us, though. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. It is a code! It's a code hidden in a code! In cipher? I see. Yunosuke forgot to tell Susato one thing. This was the message. Ne yo. I can't read that whole thing. Something Jomeo Shin. What? I don't know what that says in the middle, but okay. Something something China. Play it backwards? Oh, maybe. Ah. So. Gi? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Yes! Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. Wow! So it was Japanese Morse code! Only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pengram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says, Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Someone here spoiled it earlier. Sorry, it's okay. I was still shocked. This stream sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message. Please, Iris, show... Irish. Show me the message. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma. The second is... Oh, this was the spoiler! Shin. Okay, we don't know who that is yet, though. Gregson. Tobias Gregson. Gregson. What's his name doing in a secret government communication? We already know he's, like, part of this. Is he gonna get murdered next? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh no, we're gonna... She's gonna find out that her dad's dead. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Oh no! It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all for... And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. All for what? What? Sorry, I just sneezed. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan? Not anymore, he's dead. Where Susie and Runo came from. Oh, well...
Oh, a reference to the sign of 4? Ooh. John, Cosmo, and soon Greg will be dead. Greg! Who's Shin, though? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Dude, don't lie to her! This is so strange. Somehow, when solving the case of Mr. Winnebank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Okay, see you, see you, Wonder. Bye, Wonder. 3 a.m. Dang. Yeah, it's getting late. I need to wrap this up. I'm getting tired too. But we're so close. I need to just finish it. Oh, honk. Oh no, is she actually gonna leave now? I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato! I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo! Please, come back soon. Should sleep but need to see the end. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Furia when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Okay, wait, but didn't we, like... Well, I guess we didn't formally meet her in the first case. Like, we didn't find out her name until the second case, so I guess that is when we met her. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Bye, Susato! Cutscene. Anime time! Yay, finally!
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと さまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう。でもどんな危機だって大
The
逆転
entire
できる。
budget went into this
そんな気がする。
cutscene. Yeah. Oh, hi, Kira. Hello, welcome. Oh, he's playing the violin.
だって
Oh, I love this.
僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから。
仲間。最高の仲間。Oh, this is so pretty. Turns out the ship was the Titanic. No. Ah, now what? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. His office is in your house, Sholmes. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word if you don't mind. Thrown under the damn bus. More like thrown under the train. Gaslit again. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say... Igiari! Wow! Ooh! End credits, yay! We did it! We made it to the end! That was such a good ending. Gotta end with the objection. Got Susato preggers at the end? No, we didn't. We can see each other again, Nipponese criminal. Oh, Hurley cooks breakfast. Dry toast and insipid coffee. Oh, Japanese breakfast. This guy. Ouchie. And the baby, Korekta, and what was his name? Nosa, yeah. The baby. Hosonaga. I'm surprised he didn't show up again. At the, like, in disguise somewhere. Or wait, maybe did he go back to Japan? I don't remember. Giga simp, yeah. Arrested for tax evasion, he's still serving time till now. this guy. I wish this guy did more stuff. Maybe next game he'll be more important or something. Because he's such a character. Yeah, I thought Strongheart was gonna be the villain. He seems like it. Maybe in the next case. Clock, there's an L. Read that as something else. Yeah, he totally looks like a final boss. Maybe he is. Okay, good night, Chara. Thanks for watching. Strongheart is actually weak kidney. That's his alias. this couple. Oh hey, Type. Yeah, we're at the end. Was that your Discord or mine? I don't have Discord notifications on right now. Definitely gonna be important in 2. Yeah, welcome to the ending. But yeah, I'll probably take a break from Ace Attorney for like at least... I'll probably try to do at least one other game first and then swap back to this. I haven't decided which one yet though. Because I wanted to start Disco Elysium, but I know that one's pretty long, so that one I might just like try to do... At least start it on stream, and then if it's like... If it takes too long, I'll just play it off stream. Because I feel like long story games are kind of hard. And that one's like full voice too, so it's also hard for me to like talk through it. Play Stanley's Parable? Or how do you even pronounce that? I don't even know. Parable? Prototype? Gift you prototypes do you have for... No, Daw, you can't just keep gifting me games. I mean, thank you, but... Yeah, I need to work through my backlog because I have Disco Elysium. I still need to play Little Nightmares 2. I have the DLC for the first one too, so I can probably do that. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna get any new games yet because I have a lot. Oh yeah, I bought Sleeping Dogs when that was on sale back like a month ago or something, so I need to do that one too. But I think that one's not that long. Glucose Guardian doll. Oh my god, look at this picture, it's so cute. Oh, family photo. Yeah, Sleeping Dogs. Yeah, would you... Oh! What is this? Walking! Aww! Oh, this is so cute! Yeah, he's back! See, he's not dead. But yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe do you guys want me to play Sleeping Dogs next? I can do that. I've been wanting to. Connected by a red thread of fate. They so are! His bandana is the red thread. Very down for Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs are prototype. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll schedule in Sleeping Dogs for next week then. Maybe I'll do that. I'll save that for next Sunday, because I think I'll do... I still need to finish I Am Dead. So maybe I'll do that on Thursday to have a shorter game. So I can stream longer on the weekend, maybe? Look at him with his little walk cycle. Still gonna gift me prototype? Oh! Well, thanks! Oh, he'd disappear when you get to the ship part. Oh, I missed it! I didn't see that! It is kind of nice though once they were able to like use 3D models and stuff. Like, you can get a lot more like dynamic angles and stuff and animations. Died for betraying fantasies. Awake cats. Anime set in these times or places are really something else. Yeah. Swapped Kazuma out for a newer model. Yeah, there he is. There's the newer model. Sholmes. Yeah, Sholmes is walking with us. Oh, this is so cute. I love this. Yunosuke now starring in his own beat-em-up series. Gintama, technically Edo period, but aliens, yeah. This is just a Gintama alternate universe. Yeah, they're in sync. Yeah, they should have given Sholmes a funny walk. Is Van Zeek's gonna walk with us? Hey, walk with us. This guy. Gina. Sholmes gonna moonwalk. That would have been really funny. Ministry of Silly Walks. Yay! Oh, look at the poses! Oh my god, this is so cute! Oh, that was so cute! A little, that was adorable, the little point. Finn. We got art. Oh, this is so pretty. Yeah, there's an extra, like the special contents thing on the menu. Oh, look at the background. Oh my gosh, this is so pretty. But yeah, oh my god, I need to get to sleep soon. But this was really fun. I can't believe we finished it. Oh, that was such a good case. It was ridiculously long though. But it was so fun. Man, now I'm excited for the next game though, because like we'll learn more about the whole like Kazuma conspiracy or whatever. It's so gay, I love it. Yeah. Yeah, well, we can look at the special contents in the next time I play this or something, like before I start the next case. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll talk to you guys later. We'll do my 300 / maybe possibly 400 subscriber celebration on Sunday, so I'll be back at it with the egg game again. So that should be fun / painful. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for sticking with this extremely long Ace Attorney stream. I'll see you guys next time. Otsuyana. Bye bye.